Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the TAMK Seminar Day number 1. My name is Kirsi Jokipakka, and I work here in our Education and Learning Services, and I'll be hosting today's program. I'm glad to see so many of you here in our main auditorium, and I also know that there's many listening the stream version of this seminar. So all of you are warmly welcome. The seminar started with a great music performance given by our talented music student. And now it's time to welcome on the stage our Vice President, Sanna Vesanko, who will giving the opening words for the seminar. But before that, I want to remind you that please, if you are posting something to the social media, please use the TAMK hashtag. Also, another reminder, today's program will be kind of like visualized by our fine arts student, Amanda Ylimys, and you'll be seeing how she's visualizing this event during the program. So we will have clips in a rodent way. Now I give the floor to the Vice President of TAMK, Sanna Vesanko. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, It is my honor to welcome you to the Eye on TAMK seminar. The theme of this year's seminar is Reconnecting Professional Networks. It was chosen because we here at TAMK recognized that after COVID-19, there is such a big need to meet and establish contacts, both new and old ones. This is now the second time when TAMK organizes a seminar as part of our multidisciplinary International Week. International activities are increasingly important to our university, and we need you, our international partners, to develop activities and operations in cooperation with us now, but also in the future. Today and tomorrow, we are gathered here both online and in person to discuss about many interesting topics related to higher education. And wow, what a fantastic program there is prepared for all of us. During the 2 days, we will hear many excellent keynote speeches given by Finnish colleagues, but also by our talented experts from abroad. In addition, there is a large number of project examples presented and followed by a panel discussion about the future of higher education. The seminar program today and tomorrow is common to all participants. Through the seminar, I encourage you to be active and have an open dialogue with our high-level speakers. I truly believe that due to the challenges we share, we need events like this to bring people together. And there are also great occasions to learn from each other and change ideas. So, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, again, on behalf of TAMK, a warm welcome to our second Eye on TAMK seminar. I look forward to the outcomes of this event, in particular, new ideas on how we can work together to achieve better results in the future. Thank you and have a great Eye on TAMK seminar.
Thank you so much for Sanna for your kind words. And now it's time to move on in our program. Our first keynote speaker here today is Mr. Mikko Duffa, who is a senior specialist in the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. Mikko will be talking about megatrends and future thinking. I think it's very interesting topic, so I give directly the floor to Mikko.
Good morning. So glad to be here at TAMK. So my name is Mikko. I work at Sitra. How many of you have heard about Sitra? Some, quite a lot. Wow, that's good. I'm not going to give a kind of organizational presentation, just to say that Sitra was originally a gift to Finland. So the Finnish Parliament in 1967 decided that perhaps it would be good if there would be an organization that would look after the future of Finland. So we've been on this mission for over 50 years now to ensure the well-being of Finland. Of course, doing it, the way of doing it has been changing. Now we are especially focusing on enhancing democracy, building a fair data economy, and of course, focusing on sustainability, now especially on enhancing biodiversity. But one part of this work is, of course, that we need to look into future, or futures in plural. So what kind of futures there might be? What is changing now? What are more surprising things that might happen? What is driving the change? What kind of images of future do we have? And this is where I work. I work in the foresight team, so every day I get to think about different futures and think about what is changing now, etc. One key kind of product that we have is the Megatrend report. We don't do it every year. The previous one was in 2020, but this January we published our kind of latest Megatrend report. And if you think about the world now, or when we started doing this Megatrend report about a year ago, we were thinking that, okay, well, how can we say anything about the future? How can we provide some kind of report that would be useful, given that we are now in a time of surprises? Some futurists say that we are living in post-normal times where the whole concept of normal isn't useful anymore. So there's no going back to normal. Actually, we are challenging that what normal was, and have we just normalized things that we shouldn't have normalized. There are many kind of surprises happening. Things are looking very kind of uncertain. What could be a good way to say something about the future? And I have to say that after struggling with this a couple of weeks, I noticed that actually the megatrends are a good place to start, because the surprises don't come from nowhere. We can see the kind of root causes of the pandemic, of Russia's invasion, etc. We can see that we understand the kind of the big picture. If we have a more systemic understanding of the changes that are happening now, perhaps we can gain a kind of better understanding of the present and different futures as well. So that's what we did. We looked at a lot of different trend reports and other reports, and had a set of workshops, etc., and came up with this kind of big picture of change. Usually when we are looking at different changes, we are focusing on one theme. For example, what is the future of education? And this is all good, but often we might kind of miss out on other changes. We just focus on a narrow field. And this is where megatrends are useful. They offer this kind of big picture of change, and as kind of a basis for thinking about then the future of education, for example. What do we need to do if this is indeed what is changing now? We have focused on 5 themes. This is this kind of these 5 categories come from so-called PESTE categorization used in futures thinking. So we are looking at political, social, technological, economic, and environmental factors. Right at the center of all of the changes are, of course, the environmental crisis. We see that we have already altered the state of the environment, and indeed we are seeing that nature's carrying capacity is eroding. We need to address that at the same time as there are many other kind of challenges. And at this point, I have to point out that this is, of course, made from the Finnish perspective. So we have kind of interpreted all the changes that are happening from Finnish society's perspective. In Finland, we have an aging population. We are also seeing growing well-being challenges, both physical and mental health problems are increasing. Then if we look at democracy, if we look at politics, if we look at power, we see that there is a kind of intensifying battle for democracy or between different forms of government. Autocracies have been on the rise for some time, but at the same time we are seeing that perhaps we are valuing democracy quite a lot more and not taking it as a given. On the technological side, everything is now digital and data and all about blockchains and AI, etc. From a societal point of view, we see that there's a kind of a competition of who gets to decide what our kind of technological future looks like, what our digital world looks like. So we have framed this as competition for digital power is increasing. All of this, of course, affects economy, and we see that the foundations on which we have built our current economy are cracking. We cannot kind of continue on the same path. Now, when we published this in January, got quite a lot of comments on, well, this looks bleak. This looks really kind of depressing. You're supposed to be a future fund thinking about also the inspiring futures, etc. Why are you publishing this? Are you trying to depress people? No, we are not on a mission to depress anyone. And this doesn't say that the future needs to be bleak. But if we are looking at the current changes and are honest to ourselves, what statistics are saying, what scientific reports are saying, well, the picture doesn't necessarily look as good as we would like it to look. This doesn't mean that we couldn't change the direction. This means that we have to change the direction. So if you think about trend reports, they are often focusing on what is changing now. We wanted to offer something more because we see that we are in a time of transformation, and we need to change direction. So we adopted a frame from futurist Sohail Inayatullah called the Futures Triangle. Like any good frame, this is very simple and very powerful. If you think about the previous picture, it deals mainly with the push of the present. So this is about all of the changes that are happening now, all of the current hot topics. Where is development going right now? Where are we kind of pushing ourselves? But this is only kind of part of what constitutes a plausible future. We need to also look at the weight of the past. What kind of decisions have we made before? But more crucially, what kind of mental models and ways of working, ways of operating we have that are perhaps not useful anymore? What do we need to challenge? What is the kind of the weight of the past that we need to let go of? And then the third part is the pull of the future. So this deals with how do we actually see the future? If we think about world from 20 years on, what does it look like? What do we think the future will hold? So these are all the images of future. These are all the plans and strategies, but also our dreams and also our fears. So with this kind of frame in mind, I want to go deeper into the 5 megatrend themes that I just presented. Starting from the center, so nature's carrying capacity is eroding. The push of the present, well, there's nothing surprising here. Climate has already changed and is heating up more and more. The recent IPCC report just said that you have that the climate has already heated up 1 degree, and we are headed towards many more to a place where we cannot kind of sustain our current society way of living. Added to that, we have loss of biodiversity, which is perhaps even more crucial problem. These are, of course, all linked. And we also are seeing the effects of climate change and pollution, etc., in increased extreme weather events, in the degradation of the seas, in soil degradation, etc. So it's kind of clear that we are very near, or have even crossed many of the kind of the planetary boundaries. So we need to change, but we have known for this for some time. Why haven't we done as much as would have been needed? So the weight of the past, what things might be preventing change, where there is this illusion of inconvenience, that we are seeing that thinking that perhaps the change is harder than it actually is. We already have many of the solutions, but we are kind of, well, it feels like, well, it's inconvenient. We don't want to change our current ways, even though in the longer term it would lead us to a better future. There's also, especially in Finland, there is the tendency to belittle or trivialize our kind of scope to influence things. Why do we need to do anything here because of China or US or something isn't doing enough, or well, we are not doing enough, but we are kind of using that as a excuse, even though there might be new opportunities gained in being a leader and pioneer in climate solutions, in biodiversity solutions, etc. So what kind of images are then related to this this topic? We can think about a future where we do more. We actively try to reconstruct many of the systems we have, reconstruct our energy system and transport and food production, basically every part of our society, so that we get rid of fossil fuel use, we get rid of resource overconsumption, basically leading to a more resilient and in many ways even better future. Then there are these images of future where we think that, okay, well, technology will solve everything. No, we don't need to worry about these problems because there will be a new technology to capture carbon or re-engineer our climate or whatever. Then there's, of course, no lack of images of future where the world is burning and we are in the middle of eco crisis. So it's good to be wary of what kind of images of future we have and what kind of future we are striving towards. I think the key question here is, how can we build a fair and sustainable world? And this is indeed the question of this decade, if not the century. Moving on to the next theme, growing well-being challenges. So in Finland, we have an aging population. Our kind of ratio of workers to the rest of the people is decreasing. So we have built our society on the idea that there will be more workers than there are now. At the same time, we are seeing many health problems increasing. We see mental health problems, especially with the youth. They have been increasing. And I hate to say, but the kind of root causes for new pandemics or new variants haven't really gone anywhere. So the kind of probability of a new pandemic is even increasing due to land use and global travel and what have you. All of these challenges, of course, mean that there is a well, if you think about that, we are living in a world of in a time of transformation. Many things are changing. We need to change the way we work, we produce stuff, etc. That means that we, of course, need to learn continuously. So perhaps this continuous learning is finally kind of moving from just speeches to reality. So, what is preventing change in on tackling many of the challenges related to well-being? Well, we tend to think about well-being as from a very kind of individualistic point of view, and not think of the community's well-being or society's well-being. Or we tend to think about that we need to focus on the kind of the symptoms on the individual level, and not necessarily the root causes, and be kind of a step ahead. We are also seeing that these health and social services are just costs and losses, and not seeing them necessarily as investments for the future. So we might think about, or there is these images of future where we think about health and well-being more holistically. We think about the community level, the society level. We also think not just the well-being of humans, but of the rest of the nature as well. There are these ideas about One Health, planetary health, where we see that the health of human beings are totally dependent on the health of the rest of nature. There are, of course, then more technological images of future, where again technology will solve our health problems as well. We find a cure for aging, for example. This has been studied, and this will lead to a kind of this transhumanistic future where humans are evolving through technology. On this theme, perhaps the one thing or the one question to remember is, how can we promote holistic well-being? Something that is not just looking at the symptoms and individual, but looking at more on the community society level, looking at the whole of nature. Then moving on to democracy or power, we see that, well, there's been talk about the crisis of democracy for some time now. And democracy is being challenged both within and from outside. Many of the kind of the democratic institutions that we have perhaps taken for granted have been challenged in many countries. At the same time, geopolitical tensions have been increasing. Russia's invasion to Ukraine is, of course, one close example, but also the kind of relations between China and the US have been, tensions have been increasing there as well. At the same time, as there are many global problems that we should be trying to solve together. Authoritarianism is on the rise. The number of people living in authoritarian states have been increasing quite a lot. So democratic people living in democracy are now on the minority. And of course, the new technology doesn't really help the situation. There's been polarization due to the social media, misinformation, disinformation, etc. So what is preventing change? We are seeing that we need to enhance democracy. We need to kind of defend democracy and renew democracy. But we are perhaps lacking a bit on imagination. What does the new enhanced democracy then look like? We are also being the structures we have are perhaps not helping. The current structure is leading more towards short-sightedness to the pursuit of self-interest. We can imagine a future where we many of the kind of democratic innovations that we have now, digital tools or dialogue tools or citizen panels, they lead to a more enhanced democracy where there's strong trust, there's strong participation. This might also kind of then enhance many of the global institutions we have, leading more towards global democracy. Then there are, of course, on the flip side, there are these images of future where conflicts increase and there's a new world war. And these need to be, of course, taken seriously, but at the same time, it's good to look at what kind of interests are behind these kind of images of future. On the democracy, perhaps the key question is how can we boost trust and full participation? What kind of new democratic innovations we need? What kind of skills we need in order to kind of increase trust, increase participation to society? Then on technology, as I said, when I was looking through the trend reports, I was actually quite surprised. Usually there's quite a lot on different technologies. Now it was mostly just data, digital, AI, blockchain, quantum computing, etc. So all to do with digital. And even when I looked at trends related to, for example, synthetic biology or gene editing or therapy, their data plays, again, a huge role. So in this trend report, we also put again, perhaps from a more societal point of view, the role of data and power over who gets to decide what kind of what our digital world looks like. Put that to the topic. So technology and data are becoming embedded in daily life. We use smart devices every day. We use AI every day, even though we don't necessarily recognize it. Advances in virtual worlds, talk about metaverse, etc. All of these are perhaps blurring the line between what is virtual and what is physical. This event is in hybrid mode, which might have been really futuristic a couple of years ago still. All of this has led to that data has been characterized as the new oil or new electricity, or the idea is that data in itself is valuable, and we are gathering more and more of that data. The problem is that we haven't necessarily laid the ground rules on who owns the data, who gets to decide what data to collect and how to use it. Perhaps this lack of rules is preventing us from getting to a more fair data economy. There's also a shortage on resources and skills. So resources like critical minerals might be preventing some technological development. But more crucially, perhaps the lack of skills to design ethical platforms, lack of skills to help people understand what data ownership means. On the images of future, we see that there are depictions of a more kind of fair digital world. At Sitra, we are working towards this on the EU level. So a world where, well, we already technically or legally own our data, but we don't necessarily know what it means. So what kind of world can we build where all of this technological development benefits individuals and society, and not just big corporations? On the technological side, there's of course images where technological development leads to a world of abundance, as Peter Diamandis describes, that where we have a lot of everything and technology has solved all the problems. On the data side, there's also an interesting ideology rising called dataism, where everything is seen as data or the processing of information. Human being is just a machine to process information. Society is just a set of processes to make sense of information, and the goal is to increase efficiency and not regard privacy or things like that, in quite not take those into account. So perhaps in this technology theme, the key question is relates to the rules. What rules can we develop for the digital world in order to get to a digital world worth living in? So the last theme is economy, and we have lived in kind of unprecedented time of economic growth. Unfortunately, this growth has come at the expense of nature's carrying capacity. So we have grown more than the planet can sustain. The benefits of the growth have also not been distributed quite equally, especially when you look at the global picture. During the pandemic, the rich and especially the ultra-rich got even richer, and poor got poorer. The amount of people living in poverty rose first time in many decades during the pandemic. The other changes, especially changes related to environment, are eroding our kind of conditions for this economic growth. The current, the way we are currently, our economy is currently operating. Growing inequality is eroding the conditions for our current economy. Luckily, this has been realized, and there's been quite a lot of discussion on rethinking economy, resetting capitalism, as Financial Times put it. And there's in recent years there's been a more kind of varied understanding of different forms of capital. So we're not just looking at dollars or euros. We are also looking at social capital, skills and well-being. We are also looking at ecological capital. We understand that we are totally dependent on the services that nature is providing. The so-called Dasgupta report put a very put even a kind of price tag on the services that nature is providing: clean air, food, water, etc. This has been this is showing now also on corporate side. So corporate responsibility is not just a kind of a side node in reports, but something that is actually monitored and affects operations. Circular economy, circular economic business models have been adopted in many companies. But still, when we are talking about the future of economy, we are looking at often on GDP and economic growth. So we are still looking at have this kind of inability to see new possibilities, to see where these new forms of economy that have also been drafted out might lead. We are also living in a global economy, globalized world, and totally dependent on global value chains, and perhaps more resilience is needed there. On the images of future, we can move to more restorative and regenerative economy, where we are not just trying to focus on the footprint and try to kind of mitigate the bad things, but actively looking at the handprint, looking at how can economy be a driver that increases both social and ecological capital. So how can we use economy to capture carbon from the air? What kind of markets do we need for that? How can we use economy to increase biodiversity, etc. There are many initiatives for sustainable economy, donut economy, or regenerative economy, and many more. At the same time, there are, of course, these the flip side, these images of end of the welfare society, especially in Finland. We see that phrase used quite a lot. So I think the key question in economy is how can we shift to a more restorative and regenerative economy, where economy actually is a driver that helps us to solve all of these challenges mentioned. So as I said, this is the big picture of change, and it might look quite bleak, but we take this, be honest about where we are now, and take this as a kind of a starting point when we can then think about, well, how are we going to solve these challenges? And there are many opportunities, and we have listed those in the report as well. And here's just a kind of a sample of what kind of possibilities there might be. We can move more quickly in ecological reconstruction. That is already happening. We are already changing our energy system, food system, etc. We can be more active in that. We can foster sustainable lifestyles. We can see well-being as sometimes as an investment, leading to a more holistic well-being. We can look at new forms of participation, look at transgenerational thinking, think about the next generations when we are making decisions, leading to more stronger trust and participation. We can look at digital building. What is the kind of set of mental models, and what are the skills needed in digital world? We can move more quickly in the digital green transition. How can digital and sustainability transition kind of work together to build a more fair digital world? That there's rules for data economy as well. We can build a more restorative and regenerative economy, starting from circular economy and building to new business models. So all of this is possible but it won't happen by itself. There are always many possible futures. And we can influence what kind of future we end up in. This leads to responsibility for thinking long term. And a few kind of tips on where to get started. Of course, the megatrends in our opinion, is a good place to start. But these are on a very broad level. So first step is to interpret, okay, what do these changes actually mean? What do they mean for TAMK? What do they mean for your organization? What do they mean for education? Then looking at the kind of the future triangle, we need to think about the weight of the past. What are the things we need to challenge? What are the weight of the what weights of the past we must let go of? And then on the pull of the future, we need to imagine new, inspiring futures. What kind of alternative future do we want to build? And is this alternative future preferred by all, or is it just good for me? We need to change our perspective as well. And in the end, it's all about taking action. We kind of visit different futures in order to act more wisely in the present. If you're interested in reading more, we have the Megatrends report already on our website, and more materials are coming soon. We have Megatrend cards and a couple of other tools for making sense of these trends. We also have a futures frequency workshop material if we want to focus more on getting started with futures thinking and change making. All of these are freely available. With that, I thank you and hope you have an excellent seminar.
Thank you so much for your inspiring speech, Mikko. I think we learned a lot from that. We have time for a few questions, if there's immediate questions coming from the audience, reactions, if you agree or if you disagree. Now it's time to say. Anyone from the audience?
Thank you very much. My name is Sesko Homminga from Groningen, from the conservatory, and I was wondering in the slides where you speak of the weight of the past, especially with the first area of economic or ecological change. In my mind, the lobby of big corporations is also very big weight holding us back from changing to a future that I think we can all agree we want to move towards. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, why it wasn't included?
Yeah, it is included in the report. In the slides, we can't kind of put everything. But yeah, you're right. It is. It's good. I think the whole kind of frame helps us to understand what is holding us back, and that is indeed one thing. But even more, it would be good if they themselves understood that they are actually holding also themselves back. So in our kind of theory of change, we think that we need everybody to create that change. Sometimes and sometimes it means that you need to kind of challenge your own mental models, and that is not necessarily the message that the big corporations want to hear. Increasingly, though, they have been, at least they are very aware of this. But then, are they looking more to at the longer term, or just trying to hold dearly into what is now? Well, that remains to be seen. Yeah, but it is included. We don't have an answer to how to tackle that.
Thank you. Any other comments coming from the audience or questions? They're on the back and they're in the middle.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really excellent. I noticed on the well-being slide this individualism seen as one of the weights stopping progress. But what occurs to me is that actually maybe that could be on every single one of the topics. Because whether we're looking at the rising climate change, the climate crisis we face, or whether we're looking at actually technology, consumerism, neoliberal capitalism, and so on. Fundamental and underlying all of that, and I would say at a systemic level, and something that's been encouraged since the time of Reagan and Thatcher based on Hayek's work, is the idea of the rational economic individual as the kind of operating unit in the machine of the current society. So I'm just curious to know your own reaction to that, and whether you see that or whether Citra sees that as basically one of the underlying problems. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think many of the weights of the past are kind of, you could put them in different themes. And as you said, they are affecting the other themes as well. In one way, the kind of the division to these 5 themes is artificial. Everything is connected to everything, but at the same time, we need some kind of frame to think about. Not just that we get lost in all of the systemicity of everything, but yeah, like you said, many of the things we mentioned in the weights of the past are applicable in other themes as well. And there are other weights of the past, of course. So we are not kind of presenting this as the final answer to every future question, but as a kind of a starting point.
There is one question in the middle. I think that's the last question.
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. I loved it. I'm Carol Westerkamp from the Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences. I teach a subject called ESR, Ethical Social Responsibility, and I really loved the models you presented. So my question is maybe a cheeky one. First of all, I'd love the PowerPoint somehow. Is that possible to share it or not? The second one was, if not, the material you mentioned in one of your last slides, that is freely usable, I guess?
Yes, it is freely usable. I think we can, I'm happy to share these slides with you. The slides won't be at our website, but there will be, well, the report is already there if you know where to look, but this should be in the coming weeks. All of the materials should be there. So the report, the trend cards, and also we will have a video, basically what you just heard. So about a half an hour video in English available as well. All of these are free to use.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Kiitos paljon.
Okay, thank you so much, and let's
you.
give once more a big hand to Mikko Dupa. The next speaker is from our university. He's a dear colleague, Mr. Jiri Vilppala, and he'll be talking about teachers' digital competencies, facilitating learning in 21st century. So I give a floor to Jiri, and after his presentation, there is once more a possibility to ask questions. So the floor is yours.
Thanks. Kokeillaan, toimiiko tämä mikrofoni. Okay, so everything fine with the sounds? Yes, I think. Okay, And you have been sitting quite a while, so can I ask first for you to stand up for a while? Yeah. And the key to my presentation is it's hovering about approximately 1 meter above you. So try to grab it with your right hand. Nah, it's still there. Try left hand. Yeah, okay, that's better. Thank you. So, yeah. Okay, this one works better, I think. I'll grab this one. But, like being said, I work here at TAMK, at this building, and I'm not the president, not the foreign minister. He's going to be here at the afternoon. Not the manager, not the CEO of some big ICT company, but like many of you, I'm a teacher. And today, yeah, go teachers. And today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the digital pedagogy and digital competencies of teachers in Finland and in all around the world. And I must thank Mikko from Beautiful Motivation, because he said that the new pandemic is coming, so you should be quite motivated to hear what I have to say. Okay, maybe too soon. But I work here, I work with teachers students, and also with in-service teachers. We organize, alongside our teacher training, also additional training for teachers in a lot of topics, but mostly in digital pedagogy here in Finland and also abroad. I've been working with these themes with my nice colleagues from Latin America to Southeast Asia for a couple of years, or many years now. And my path as a digital pedagogist started back in the 90s when I was working as a preschool teacher, and that was my first profession. And I introduced computer assistant playing and learning with preschool students or children, should I say. So I've been working with this topic quite a while, and still I think it's somewhere very interesting to look at. And today I'm going to have a couple of perspectives from the research, but also from the hands-on practices, because I do both, and I think that is in the heart of the universities of applied sciences. We need to be our minds on, but also with our hands on. But for starts, I texted with a friend on the other day, and I said that I'm going to have this speech. How should I start? And the friend said, it's always good to start with a joke. But then I said, well, it's about teachers and computers and digitalization. I don't know any jokes about that. So I asked, do you know any jokes about teachers and digital competencies? And I said, yes, sure. So here is it. Why did computer teacher cross the internet? Yeah, to get to the other side. Yeah, you've been talking with the same friend, maybe. Okay, so the friend was AI. All we know this friend by now, I think the ChatGPT. So I asked this guy or friend, I don't know, is it she or he? So I'm not going there. But tell me a joke about teacher digital competence. So this is what ChatGPT came up with. And also the picture I used, I created that also using AI with the help of this software called DALL-E. I asked the software to paint me a picture about teacher looking into the future in the style of oil painting, and this what came up. So this is a hot topic right now. like Mikko already said, it's embedding our lives as a teachers and as a human beings in big volume and at the moment. And that's one thing we need to look into. But I'm not going there today. And also, I'd like to use this opportunity to gather a good database for a global perspective of digital teacher competencies. So you can participate in the Mentimeter, and at the end of my presentation, we are going to look what we have come up with. So, and the number and the address, it's very simple and easy. It's on my all slides, so you can join whenever you want to say something. So just go to menti.com and give that number, so you are good to participate to our presentation. And the question is, what are the teachers' most important digital competencies, considering your own work, your own country, your own organization in next 5 years to come? And that should be interesting. And let's see that at the end of my presentation. But today, here are a few of the topics I'd like to address shortly. So, talking about AI, virtual environments, virtual glasses and HoloLenses and all that, all the hype, it's just a tip of an iceberg if we look at that with the eyes of an ordinary, basic, grassroots level teacher. So I'd like to keep this grassroots, so that's why the picture is there to remind me. And I'm going to tell a little bit about my research about the components of ICT competencies of vocational teachers. There should be something interesting to share, and also the part of the research questions were how to support teachers in digital pedagogy in these days. And like being said, to the end, or at the end of my presentation, we are going to look at the Mentimeter and what we have together come up with. So participate if you want to at some point of my presentation. What are in your opinion, the teachers' most important digital competencies in your organization next 5 years? So it's a bit fuzzy topic, a bit wide topic, and one of the things are that when we talk about teacher digital competencies, it's quite hard to structure what lies behind this concept. And usually when we talk about this or we hear about this in the media or in the news, or it's usually about something new or something fancy, and things like ChatGPT or artificial intelligent augmented reality, virtual reality, things like that. There's a lot of discussion about learning analytics, how to trace the students online and get the data and do something with that. And of course, this is important stuff, and we need to look into that also. But when working with teachers in Finland and abroad, I've come up with this observation that people, for example, in Vietnam, where we last were, they don't like go around the corridors with the HoloLenses on and hang around in meta-universumes and do something like that. They are struggling with organization high quality online courses to their students. And I think when we are hyping about this new and bling stuff, we should not forget the teachers who are working there every day, planning online or hybrid courses, teaching online, assessing, preparing digital materials, and trying to get them students to participate and involve in these digital environments. And that's actually the thing I would like to mostly address today. Not the high-end stuff, not the bling stuff, but the everyday grassroots level stuff of teachers who are working in our schools and learning facilities. Yeah. And about the research, I'm doing my PhD at the moment about the vocational teacher competencies, and one of the articles and one of the aspects to that is teachers' digital competencies. So that research idea came from the grassroots level, because I'm working with teachers all the time for last decade or so. So we came up with in our research group that it's too wide of a concept. It's too fuzzy to get your hands on. And if you talk about ICT competencies, people think it's very, very differently. So we wanted to construct a solid framework. What does that mean at the moment? Of course, it's developing all the time, but what does it mean at the moment? And there is a link to the research if you want to look closer into the methods or so. I'm not going there, but we gathered data for like 1.5 years from Finnish vocational teachers doing teachers' work in their schools. And we extracted everything was related to ICT or digital pedagogy. And then we started to classify it and came up with these components of teachers' ICT competence. And in the middle or the base is, of course, the good enough general ICT competencies. And I think we all know what this means. It's about collaborating with colleagues, working with students, using basic ICT tools like working with text and tables and email and online meetings and so on, what we do every day. And if we don't have good enough ICT competencies in that, then it's hard to go deeper into the digital pedagogy, and we need to address this first. And I'm not sure if you are surprised, because I was when we did this research, and even in Finland, supposed to be a high-tech country, very digitalized in every way, there are quite a lot of teachers struggling even with this competence component in their everyday work. For example, downloading new application for mobile phone or things like that. Some are still struggling with these kind of topics. So if we are there, it's quite hard to talk about, for example, learning analytics or things like that. But the more pedagogical themes we found, there were, of course, at first, and the biggest one, planning and using digital learning environments. And this is things we use, and we know things like Moodle or Google Classroom or Teams as a group platform, It's Learning. We have these different kind of platform software. And one of the main things, and one of the things teachers spent most time with was planning and using digital learning environments. So how to come up with the good digital learning platform with that combines all the elements of learning for our students. How to establish a home base for my digital pedagogy and for my students. And how to do it with technology, what software, what functions there are, and how to do it pedagogically. So it's appealing, participative, and things like that. And the second one was use and creation of digital learning materials. And this is quite a big one also. And actually, this morning I talked about this with my colleague Mark there, that teachers have become producers in some sort of a way. Because when we have the good learning platform, we need to produce solid learning material for there. So we need to record audio, we need to make learning videos, screen capturing, podcasting, maybe sharing something on social media also, and not producing, but also finding the good one, because there is, of course, a lot of good material there already. So that's the second one, use and creation of good digital learning materials for our students. And I think it's increasing because the time, especially I think in Finland, the time spent in synchronous face-to-face situations, the time of that is decreasing, and what is increasing, it's the independent time of our students, so they are working with the learning materials. So we need to pay attention that they are good and solid. And the third one was synchronous digitally enhanced teaching. And this means the situations where we are at the same time with our students, no matter if it's like face-to-face or in online situations or in hybrid situations. Situations like this. Some of you are here in present, some of you are watching the stream, wherever you are, the camera, hi. And mostly this is happening at the same time. So we need skills as a teachers to enhance our students' participation, involvement, maybe using some mobile technology, how to gather information from our students, how to make them work together, how to make them construct knowledge or things like that in these situations when we are present at the same time. This is things like many of you are very familiar with using Kahoots and Padlets and Mentimeters and applications like that. So students can be participating and be involved in the learning situation. Because one thing that happened, this is not in the research, this is from the experiment side. One thing happened after the pandemic, when people or students came back to the campus, and they came here and they hear lectures. And after a while, they started to ask, why are we here? Why are we here to sit and to listen to teachers speaking? This could have been a video. This could have been an online lecture. Why have I traveled 100 kilometers by train to hear this? So this sets a new standard for us teachers, I think, for the synchronous situations. So there should be added value in cooperating and being in the same situation at the same time, not just lecturing. And that is what this is all about. So, of course, there's fourth one is the digital interaction, both synchronous and asynchronous. When we have distance learning and independent work for our students, of course, we need to be available, we need to interact with them, we need to ask and give feedback and so on, be available. So how to be available in online learning environments. What tools to use? Discussion forums, online meetings, maybe some video-based chat programs like Flip or something like that. How to interact. And the last one of these 5 or 6, if you count the general competencies on, of course, is the digital assessment, which is a hard one nowadays. So if our students are mostly working in online courses, doing digital tasks, following Teams or Zoom or whatever lectures, how do we assess their learning? How can we utilize reliable assessment tools as the teachers? How to make sure that our students have reached the competence or learning goals and outcomes of our courses or lectures. So that's one thing, and of course all this like combines and comes together in a good solid learning experience for our students. And when we have good enough general ICT competencies, we can establish a good solid platform for our students, and there happens all this good synchronous online or face-to-face learning situations which are involving, participating, and so on. We have the skill to use some basic digital tools to involve our students, to have collaboration, to have participation, and finally we can assess the path of learning and gaining competencies during the process. And this is what we came up with, this article, and actually this has been a framework for quite many digital trainings for teachers. I mentioned Vietnam, for example. This is what we used to plan and execute their digital training with my colleagues, and it has turned out to be quite effective and quite good. And like being said, that those teachers who are not in the tip of the iceberg, who are not the AI guys and or the learning analytics types of, they are interested in other things. But if they establish a competence base based on these themes, they will manage in their work, and they will get good feedback from their students. So I wanted to present this for you, so maybe you can find it somehow useful. I know many of you are the guys who are on the top of the iceberg, but I always want to speak on the behalf of the grassroots level teachers, because this is the group who I work with, and I know by experience and by research that there is a lot of work needs still to be done here beneath the surface. So addressing those competence frameworks, you should be able to plan a solid online or hybrid courses, teach online or face-to-face using digital technology, prepare some good digital materials, audio, video, interactive pictures, or things like that for your students, and participate them, for example, using the proper mobile devices. Okay, the first part of the research was to establish a theoretical framework of teachers' ICT competence. And that was the first research question in that research. And the other question was how to support the development of teacher ICT competencies in their workplaces and in teacher training. So this is the short conclusion of that also. But actually I spoiled it, putting that sentence there. There it is, concluded. It's all about the attitude and doing. And at the end of the day, it all comes up to the coaching or guiding teachers to get the positive attitude towards ICT. And that happens mostly by getting them to experiment and getting them to succeed with simple experiments with ICT. And that's it. But in the workplace, there were quite obvious things that we found in this research. So how could we encourage our teachers to actively try, experiment, and use different kind of ICT which is suitable for his or her own teaching topics? So they need active individual attitude and courage to implement. But on the other hand, they of course need support for that. Nothing happens in the vacuum of we were talking about the individualism. It's not a good like aspect to address digital competencies. The best things, like I think we all know, happens collaborating with interesting people and enthusiastic colleagues. And also we need support in the form of ICT support, and maybe a good example is the Digit Mentor system, which many organizations have. So there are the teachers who are maybe on the tip of the iceberg, helping colleagues under the surface. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on. Of course, nothing happens without solid leadership. We need leadership towards digital pedagogy, and these are the opinions of the in-service vocational teachers in Finland in this research. And of course, we need to have a good, solid, relevant and up-to-date ICT hardware and educational software. And for example, in this bullet, we need the tip of an iceberg, guys. We need people who are on the top of the iceberg, zooming into the future and seeing what is coming, what is there, what are the possibilities, what are the challenges. But not all have to be there. And in teacher training, we need to give examples, and we need to be also there at the top of the iceberg. They should be, and by they I mean the vocational teachers or teachers who are developing their skills. They should have a playground. Just must say that actually in our teacher training, one of the courses, we named our Moodle platform the Playground, and we give all our students the teacher rights, and they just could go in and play there and try all the activities and have fun there. And it turned out to be quite a good experience for them. So experimenting with various ICT tools, sharing with peers and teacher trainees, getting support, of course, from the teacher training. And this is maybe the most important thing. You need to locate where you are on the iceberg. Are you on the top of it, or are you beneath the surface, so to say? And the crucial thing about developing your ICT competencies is finding the sweet spot or the individual spot where you are this moment. So we all know that if we go too high, if we are struggling with email and we go to the training where we mine data from some analytic platform, it goes just no use. And that's bad for your motivation, and that's bad for your attitude. And vice versa, if you are the top of an iceberg kind of a teacher and you go to a ICT training and they use 2 hours to register for Kahoot or something like that. You get frustrated, and it's not good for your motivation. So hitting the sweet spot is a crucial thing, and that's what we are also trying to focus in our teacher trainings nowadays. So we always try to start with some kind of a mapping, or where are you, what are your personal goals, what are your skill levels, and then offer some individual work. Or, for example, my colleagues here has been developing this constellation of online badges, and that is one good example. So you can kind of choose and maybe with colleague what kind of competencies you need, and in the constellation there would be for example a badge for that, so you can learn in your individual level. And to illustrate that, we have even used this kind of a step kind of an approach. So in the first step, and this is the step I think where every teacher nowadays should be. And if not, they need serious support and help from their organization to motivate them by not only stick, but with a lot of nice juicy carrots also. So there is the step of basic competencies: planning online courses and utilizing simple digital tools to enhance teaching and activate their students. This is being a teacher nowadays, and this is where all of us and all of our colleagues should aim for. And then there is the second step, advanced competencies. And this is more like a developer kind of a step. This is the guys who are a bit more skilled and experienced with digital learning. They experiment with different kind of an educational software, maybe give some hints or share their thoughts with colleagues. They may work as a digi-mentors in like peer mentoring system within your organization, and so. And finally, there is the top of an iceberg, and they are the digital agents for the future. These are the teachers and personnel who are looking very much into the future, playing the field, what is there, what will be there, what we need to do today in order to stay updated and so on. And usually when I have digital training for teachers within organization or in our teacher training, I show this picture quite a lot. And when I say you don't all have to be in the green area, some of you maybe, but not all. You don't all have to be in the yellow area. Some of you, but not all. But you all need to be here in step 1. And sometimes from the little Zoom or Teams camera, I swear I can see a little relief in the face of some of the people. And I see that they get motivated because the goal is within their reach. It's not too high up. And it's not rare that when you get to the first step, you get carried away. By the end of the year, you are on the second step, and within 2 years, you are on the top of the iceberg, being the digital guru of your organization. That happens. Okay. So there will be a little time for questions, but now it's time to check your thoughts. Let's see what we have came up with. Okay, looking good. I must come down here for a little while. So I think many of you are familiar with the Mentimeter. You can download a PDF file from this, and I'll make sure that it's going to be shared with you because you are the owners of this stuff. And let's see what's in there. And there's more than 100 answers in there. Good job. And it should be quite a good roadmap when we are talking about teachers' future competencies. We are not going to go one by one, but let's just get a general picture, and you will be given this material along with the slides and so. So there is remote teaching, 3D printing, robotics. This is a top of an iceberg stuff. You don't all have to be 3D printers, I assure that. But flexibility, speed to adapt, excellent insights. Finding information online, knowing what is good material, what is reliable sources. Of course, we need that. Thinking skills, thinking your own thinking, visualization of learning processes, how to integrate different levels and different themes of digital learning. Is it possible to scroll? Yes, thank you. Yeah, there is. Drone aviation is a big thing now, and we have some projects to Africa, if I remember correct, within TAMK organization for that also. Be curious. I love that. Use of different digital applications. Emotional e-skills. Wow, that's a good one. Hybrid teaching happens all the time. Yeah. Trust creation, staying curious, conducting dialogue within the online learning, not being just a talking head. Good stuff. Different activating tools, digital literacy, co-creation online, staying in contact with your students and manage the expectations. Yeah, being curious. Digital ethics and values, the kind of meta skills behind the everyday ICT competencies. Being updated, ability to avoid and acknowledge biases in human thinking, crossing with AI. Wow, that's a good one. I have to read this with the thought in the evening, and this should be something very nice for you to take home with and work with your colleagues. Good job. Maybe a little applause for yourself. This is great. Okay, can we go back to the presentation just for a little ending there? Okay, I have spent my time, and I started with a joke. So I thought it would be, okay, now we are going to have another one. I think it's good to end up with the joke also. So one of the persons I admire very much is actually my PhD supervisor, Professor Raija Hämäläinen from Jyväskylä University. She's leading the technology enhanced learning research group, won many global prizes for doing excellent work in the field of researching digital learning. And this is what she said once. Never replace a good book with bad technology. And I think that is brilliant in these days. Maybe sometimes we forget that we have people around us. We have excellent workplaces, industries. We have a lot of concrete learning materials, like books, like concrete artifacts, like museums, like libraries, and all the good analog stuff around us. So let's not get carried away by digitalization. Let's use it wisely. Let's use it in a pedagogical way. And like being said, don't replace a good book with bad technology. Thank you very much. Now the hard part.
Now the hard part.
Luckily, I have
Any questions? There is one in the back and
Yeah.
then one in the front.
Yeah, I am happy to have my colleagues here with me. So there is Sanna and Mark and all the other guys. And we can also make this like a discussion session for a while. So I think some of you may have answered the questions, so feel free to not only question, but also answer.
So I'll go first. Thank you very much for your insightful and informative presentation, which I've really enjoyed. What I especially noticed is the close alignment between the ICT general competencies that you presented and the Australian curriculum, where I'm obviously from. In Australia, in the Australian education system, there is an emerging trend for the virtualisation of the teaching and learning environment in our school systems. There's also a conversation occurring about consumerism versus creationalism. And in the IT general capabilities, I see the use and creation of digital learning materials, which is commendable. My question is, I'm really keen to hear of your observation. To what extent and how is the Finnish education system creating the virtualisation of the teaching and learning environment? For example, integrating teaching and learning content into the virtual world that is relevant to the needs and interests of different school communities in this part of the world.
Okay, thanks. That's interesting to hear what is happening on the down under. Seems a bit like same issues from us. I think we are getting there already. Finland is known to be a country of high technology, and we have a good, solid research and also practical implementations. For example, virtual learning environments to our students. And for example, we have in this building, we have a so-called social and healthcare lab, which involves, for example, the 360 virtual room where you can kind of go into embedded situations and you can like rehearse things you address, for example, in nurses' work, which are not, for example, facing aggressive patient or things like that. We do that already in virtual learning situations. And of course, we are developing the HoloLens technology and virtual classes. I think if my colleague Mikko or Ville are here at the present, no, they are the glass guys, but we have a lot of going on there and we are getting there. But I think also in that we need to remember that if we have a good, solid analog environment within our reach, we must not go there with the virtual stuff. I'm that school that let's go and visit the workplace instead. But those topics that are hard to simulate and that are hard to reach in real life. So of course we need good virtual, both hardware and software. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I almost went analog.
Good for you.
My question for you is, because you are a digital pedagogy expert for your university, and it sounds like you teach a great deal of classes to teachers about teaching with digital products. With my university, we hire content experts. So people who are experts in the field, and then they come to the university to talk and teach students about what they know. That does not make them digital savvy people. It makes them very experienced in the area of their own education and of their own work. Other than being curious, like, do you have an onboarding program here at TAMK where you have a class on digital pedagogy? Do the faculty take this class? Like, how do you transition a person from outside university to inside university with all of the different digital tools that are expected of them to be able to deliver their pedagogy to the student?
Wow. Yes, there's this problem also always with digital pedagogy, because we are keen to have the technological type of people and the pedagogical type of people, and to get them mixing and get into the same discussion, it's sometimes hard. But and in our teacher training, we have courses about digital pedagogy. It's called the Basic Competencies of ICT Teacher, and it's been quite popular. But of course, we also arrange additional training for in-service teachers about these topics. And how we are developing as an organization our teachers' digital pedagogical skills. People who are not like pedagogical background, but from, for example, technical or some other professional background. We are doing that, and we have the Teaching and Learning Center here, and they are responsibility to develop our stuff in these topics, and they are doing excellent work. For example, with the online badges, the digital online badges that I mentioned before. So, Sanna, do you want to have a go on this one and tell just shortly about the staff ICT development from the learning badge policy? She went analog also.
Just shortly saying that if we think about our staff in TAMK University of Applied Sciences, it's required that you are competent in your subject and in pedagogy, and it also includes digital pedagogy. But I really admire your approach. Where you are from? Okay, from you. Oh, US. Okay. I really admire your approach. That would be nice to see. But yes, badges, it's another story, but we have created digital badges for our as a part of our pedagogical development program here in our university. That's another story.
Yeah, and also we have a good DigiMentor system going on here, so we can get a lot of peer support, and we have a lot of staff who are really deep into this pedagogical digital thinking, and also with the tools. So there's a culture of sharing, and you can ask always if you want to, and we have a data bank of digital tools and so on. So that are our actions we highly, I think, recommend and are productive.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions because we are running out of time. I need to be the time manager for the session. I think we have all deserved now a little break. But before the break, I think we have Amanda's drawings available, what she has created during the morning session. Let's see if we can get it into screen. Oh. Looking good. So I think we will get a full picture by the end of the day about the topics that have been discussed today. Can you find yourself, Jiri, in the
Yeah,
drawings?
there's the iceberg coming up.
Okay, excellent. So Amanda continues on working, and let's give once more a big hand to Jiri. And now we all have a half an hour break, but please come back. Do not stay too long. So 11:15, we are continuing the program. See you soon. Herätti keskustelun. On. Mahtavasti meni. Okay, it's time to continue the program. So I ask you to sit down. I hope you had a nice, relaxing break with the coffee, and you are eager to hear what the next speakers have to say. But before that, I have few practical things related to the TAMK International Week and this afternoon and evening. If you are still trying to find out where the classrooms are, where the sessions are held in the afternoon, please check the classrooms from the program. So it's all updated there, which classroom is correct. So please use the program, which is in the event internet pages. Another thing related to the leadership track and afternoon, there is a visit to Sampo School, and the visit will start from the TAMK lounge, where everyone is gathering together, and from there you will walk to the school which is nearby our university campus. And the time is 13:45, so 1:45 the leaving to Sampo School. And Virpi is there to guide you to the right place. Then one more thing about the evening program, which is the sauna experience. Someone have asked, is it possible just to come and do the networking part there? It is possible, so you don't necessarily need to go to sauna and dip into the lake. You can come and meet with your new and old friends there as well. So it's your choice how you want to do it. So please come and join the evening program starting at 6 o'clock in the saunas. So those were the practical information, and now it's time to move on with the program of the seminar. The first project example that we will hear in this afternoon is given by Piotr Wolecha, and he's going to be talking about MELES project, and he has some important message to give us from that project. So I give the floor to Piotr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are after the break, so we don't need exercise like we had before the break. So we can focus on MELES. Let me introduce first. My name is Piotr Wołejsza. I am CEO of Science for People, which is a small or maybe even very small company from Poland. And we are coordinating international project bot learning as a modern teaching method for Generation Z. It's a great honor for me to represent the international consortium, which consists also of 5 universities. And let me shortly present our partners, just to even give us more opportunity later to meet. And also we would like to invite you for the afternoon session. So I will try to do this in alphabetical order. So first of all, Bulgaria and Veliko Tarnovo University, Veneta and Ivan. Wave your hands. Yes, thank you very much. Finland and Tampere University of Applied Science, and yes, it's Erki, Juha, Jarmo, and Vesa? No, Okay, three persons representative. Then we go smoothly to Germany, and Leipzig University is represented by Jasmine and Mariela. Okay, then the university from Poland is Maritime University of Szczecin, represented by Roma and Bogusz. Then we go far west to Portugal and University of Aveiro, today represented by Nina, Tatiana, and Natalia. Okay, thank you for this small introduction. So what we're gonna talk about today? No. One more important person I would like to present. Science for People, our company, is represented by Yola Koshelev. Yes. Yola is co-founder and co-owner of our company, and I was trying to pull her on the stage to join me. Anyway, she gave me the sign that I am performing really well, so so she will make a nice pictures for our webpage, and then I will stay here on the stage. Sorry that I am so high, but this is some organizer requirements to be all the time on the stage. So yes, this is the place where I should stay. We met with Yola 10 years ago during our science management and commercialization studies at Stanford University, this is only one. And our final project was named More Entrepreneurial Life at Polish Universities. We were somehow sponsored by Polish Ministry of Science and Education to take those studies and finally to implement the result on the in Poland. So we returned to Poland, and that moment the European Union announced a new program. There was also new Erasmus Plus projects, or calls for projects actually. And yes, we have successfully applied for the project More Entrepreneurial Life at European Schools. So acronym is MELES, and by coincidence we noticed when we got the application that MELES in Latin language means badger. So this is this animal you can see here, our logo, our MELES, or as you prefer in English, badger. I think we have a nice opportunity to go outside today, and maybe we will meet some of them in the vicinity of this place. MELES was a great success, at least from my perspective. Our course, actually during the project we developed the entrepreneurship course, and the ebook which contained the course had over 1,000 downloads from that time. And the students who participated in our summer school, they already established companies which are like international companies. so from that point of view, that was a success. So our goal was to boost creativity, to unleash this potential of entrepreneurship potential which is in our societies, and I think somehow we did it. That time the MELES consortium consists of 5 partners. That was Białystok University of Technology, that was Maritime University in Szczecin, University of Aveiro, Leipzig University, and our partners from Greece, that was University of Aegean, who was represented by Maria and Eva. And Eva, unfortunately, she passed away a few years ago, and I suggest that we have like a 30-second silence just to honor her memory. Thank you. Thank you, Eva, for joining us today. We have you in our memories all the time. So, as I mentioned, probably this first project was quite of kind of the success, and based on this success, we applied for continuation of our project. It was connected mostly with coaching. Coaching, well, what is your imagination about the coaching? How it is connected with education? Light version of teacher job. Lazy. Okay. Are we lazy? Sometimes we like to be a little bit lazy. Yes, we have invited professional coaches from International Coach Federation. They were led by the Katerina Canelidou, and yes, she was that person who mentioned that the coach is a lazy job. Coach is a lazy job. Maybe from the perspective of the teacher, our colleagues from TAMK, they implement somehow coaching also in their daily work, and they said that one of the point of the coaching is that when you have your 100 slides in some topic which you like a lot, and you like to display this to the students like every semester or every year, and when you change this 100 slide into one and you did exactly the same job, that is also part of the coaching. So maybe not so much presentation, but more interaction with the auditorium. During MELES 2.0, we call it Academic Business Coach project. During the summer school, students, they created teams, international teams, and all of the team had a personal coach to develop the idea to the higher level. So this we can see here, that was our second step, ABC MELES 2.0, academic business coach. And yes, after 2 projects, after 6 years, we actually established a family. We call it this MELES family. Yes, 6 years is also quite a long time from the technological point of view. So we feel the need to somehow adapt our approach in teaching. As Generation Z usually prefers short text, some short movies or short videos, maybe some links to the material located in internet. And of course, not all these links really guide you to the useful materials. Not all videos are useful in the education process. So that's what we proposed in the third project, which is just going to be to the end. It's a kind of education tool, or we call it like a bot, who is a support for teacher in the education process. So bot learning as a modern teaching method for Generation Z. We would like to present also our achievements, and this is why we kindly invite you for the session, which will take place today at 3 p.m. When we will present our achievement, how the bot works, how you can get the support from such tool during your daily work. We would like also to invite you to our MELES family. Our MELES family from that time grows up to 30 partners from 3 continents. In January, we just completed a capacity building project for higher education, where 6 universities from Bangladesh were involved. And in February, we have applied for another capacity building project where 6 partners from Sub-Saharan Africa are involved. It is Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. So please join our MELES family. For this purpose, we propose you a workshop on Thursday. Also 3 p.m. We are very open for cooperation, for collaboration. And during the workshop, we would like to ask you about the possible next steps. Because, yes, we reached somehow the 3rd level. And now the question is, what will be the next? What are the next steps? What are the next level? So please join us today, 3 p.m. We will present our bot, and on Thursday also 3 p.m. for workshop about future collaboration. Thank you so much, and hopefully see you today afternoon.
Thank you, Piotr. There is time for 1 or 2 questions or immediate reactions from the audience. Any brave ones in the audience?
Probably everything is clear.
Everything is clear, so you are warmly invited to the sessions
Yes.
later on this week. So
And then if there are any questions, we will be happy to answer. Yes, that we will be happy to answer during the afternoon session. There we have around 60 minutes for the presentation of the tool. So we will be happy if you join us afternoon. Thank you once again.
thank you. Another interesting project is called Versatile, and we have a colleague from Hochschule Rheinbahn from Germany to present. So please welcome on the stage Miss Anja Peters from Germany.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the presentation of the Versatile project. My name is Anja from Rheinwaal University in Germany, which is near Düsseldorf, near the Netherlands border on the Lower Rhine. I'm very sad to say that my colleague Maike Kaufmann can't be here today due to some unforeseen circumstances. She's the heart of the project, and I'm stepping in and hoping I can fill her shoes, kind of. It won't be easy, but I'll try my best. I was part from the beginning of the project, but I'm more focused on international students and the challenges they face at German campuses. And I'm part of the administrative group in the project. And I'll talk a bit about the curriculum of our project and also the administrative infrastructure that we came up with. You can't really say something about the Versatile project without naming our dear colleagues from the Hague network. I wonder if some of them are in the audience. Well, they're here at the International Week anyway, as far as I know. Yeah, you can't really think the Versatile project without the Hague network, which is a group of very committed colleagues from 7 different universities who started the Hague network in 2017. It was initiated by the Hague University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. And yeah, it's a bottom-up initiative that the colleagues formed in order to share experiences in internationalization. And well, the Hague network is important because in 2020, when the pandemic broke out, there was a sudden collapse of physical mobility, right, and which every one of us faced. And there was a sudden shift to online and hybrid teaching formats, which is why the Hague network quickly responded and came up with a set of courses from different undergraduate programs to give to the students in different degree programs and have a kind of international experiences in those courses. And while the quick response was wonderful, we also found out that there were quite a few challenges that we would face with courses in multilateral exchange programs that were virtual. Challenges for the students, for the academics, and also for the administrators of such programs. And then in autumn of 2020, Erasmus made a special call titled Partnerships for Digital Education Readiness. And in answer to this call, we wrote a bit together with some of the partners of the Hague network and drafted the Versatile project. And our intention was to sort of bring it into a framework where we could tackle the challenges that we learned about in the Hague network quick response and find solutions for those challenges. And this is our versatile logo. We're 4 partners, some of which are in the Hague network. Masaryk University in Czechia, Tampere University here from Finland. I've got 2 colleagues with me, Thea and Eva down here. I'm very glad you're here, thank you. And the University of Derby in the UK and Rhein-Waal University in Germany. And the abbreviation versatile means Virtual Education Readiness Semester, Adaptive Toolbox for an International Learning Experience. Oh, I forgot to say that I'm probably going to have the prize for the most words on the screen today. My brilliant previous speakers that came before me were quite impressive, and I'm rather humbled, I have to say. I forgot this in the beginning. I'm a bit nervous because this is the first time that I'm doing a speech like this, so forgive me. Thanks. Thank you. So the 4 key objectives of our versatile online virtual multicultural multilateral exchange semester are: it seeks to create viable alternatives to physical student mobility during the pandemic and beyond the pandemic. It wishes to enable higher education institutions to offer new internationalization at home possibilities to students who traditionally face mobility barriers, like, for instance, financial hardship or visa complications or disabilities, and many more of those. And in addition, it is designed to provide educators with the opportunity to develop their online teaching methods. And also, finally, the project seeks to help teachers expand their teaching experiences and skills through collaborative teaching with colleagues from different institutions. The project pursues these main objectives by developing, testing, and evaluating 3 building blocks that are necessary for our setup. By the way, our semester just started in the beginning of March, and we're right now in the mid phase of testing, evaluating, and building, so to say. There are 3 building blocks or intellectual outputs. And one of them is the adaptive toolbox and a guide for teaching methods, including this toolbox for hybrid education, which will be presented in more detail on Thursday by my dear colleague Thea. So I recommend going there if you'd like to know more about our toolbox and the guide for online teaching. I'm going to concentrate more, saying just a little bit more about the model curriculum that we set up and the team-taught modules that we're going to present, or that we're presenting just now in the next few weeks. And I'm also going to say just a little bit about the administrative infrastructure, because while teaching is the fun thing, behind all that, there's an administrative infrastructure that needs to be set up and sort of worked through in order to realize such a project. So our versatile project curriculum, or the, hold on, where am I? Sorry, I went too far. This is our model curriculum. It focuses on a joint topic called European Scenarios in Business, Politics, and Societal Change for the Next Decennium. And contrary to the variety of courses offered in the Hague network, we wanted to sort of set up a consistent set of courses in order to offer a full online exchange semester while you can go abroad. The versatile curriculum includes 8 courses where students can earn 5 ECTS each. 4 of the modules are situated in the field of political science. And the next 4 are in the field of business studies, which still leaves some wiggling room for quite a lot of students to be attracted. I can say right now that all of our courses are filled and are going to take place. I think there are about 10 students for each course, so we're really happy that we got so many students from all the universities. And each partner in the organization is responsible for developing 2 of the courses, course materials, teaching methods and such, related to the joint topic, which brings me to the teaching model, which I showed earlier. The teaching model is based on a model by MacLeod from 2016. It follows a collaborative digital co-teaching model, where each course of the curriculum is designed, coached, delivered, and supported by 2 educators from 2 different partner institutions. So the approach is intended to enable a broader view, to facilitate cross-fertilization among the teachers. The educators work in a collaborative manner and build on their academic and teaching expertise, while the students can profit from different teaching models and also study at 4 different institutions at the same time. And next, I would like to say a few words about the administrative infrastructure, which wasn't really easy to set up, I have to say. The goals that we oriented from were very much taken from the experiences of the Hague network, which is why I would like to say something about the challenges first before saying something about the goals. At the top of our list, in order to create this viable multilateral exchange semester, was to have the module, to ensure the module participation and the eligibility, the exam eligibility, in order for students to have a real, to achieve real ECTS and have them recognized by the partners, which meant that we had to integrate the modules into the curricula at each institution. And also we had to find a way to enroll all the students at each of the institutions in order for them to have the recognized ECTS and exam eligibility. So what we wanted to avoid very much was we wanted to avoid that students would have to register at 4 different universities. We wanted to avoid that they have to navigate multiple learning platforms and conferencing systems. As you know, each university uses their own systems like Moodle or Teams or Blackboard, you name it, Zoom, WebEx. That's what we use at our university next to Moodle. And also, we wanted to avoid that students would have to have different emails, usernames, and passwords, which was quite a burden for them during the Hague network. And we wanted to handle the information in such a way, and what they needed to hand in for the registration, that they can find the information easily. We wanted to make sure that students can have an easy way of contacting us and not have to talk to multiple exchange coordinators. And we also tried to find a way to avoid fees and tuitions, which we managed barely, which is a topic which would go way too far, because German semester tickets can't really be avoided, but we funded them through the budget of our project. So. And this brings me to the goals of the administrative side of the project. We wanted to develop a multilateral online exchange semester and offer students a semester abroad online, which they could recognize during their studies. And at the same time, we also had to make sure that we would adhere or observe all the institutions' requirements, the legal requirements of every country, the IT structures, the laws that are part of it. And thus, we try to design an infrastructure that would serve multilateral exchange. We try to ensure accreditation of academic achievements. We wanted to enable administration to have an easy way or an unburdened selection of students, admission, enrollment, and support. We wanted to provide and bridge IT infrastructures and ensure a smooth delivery of the online semester, and at the same time bring together from different academic systems and traditions all the knowledge that each of the institutions had. Our premise was to maintain the feel of an international online semester, and this is why we chose to register students, to let students register centrally and distribute the data internally, and to enroll them ourselves instead of having to enroll at every institution. Sorry, my tongue is getting really dry and rolling up in my mouth. So what we did, we agreed on the data certificates and qualifications that each student needed to hand in between the 4 institutions. We set up and programmed one registration platform for all the institutions, which was MoveOn. We set up one learning platform for all the course material and access to the meeting platforms, which is DigiCampus Phi. We had to adhere to all the data protection laws in doing that. And we set up an enrollment guide for the students on our website. And in order to avoid fees and tuitions, we agreed on a certain exchange frame. And the learning agreements we put up together, we created a form together, was to ensure the credit transfer. And finally, we wanted to also give students a feel of a social versatile life, and next to being able to reach us easily. So next to setting up the registration guide on our website and have an FAQ with all the needed questions, we also set up a central contact form so that they would only have to write to one address instead of multiple people. We wanted them to feel supported, and thus created a module called Cyber Cafe, which has all the announcements to our social life, like we're going to have a virtual breakfast and a virtual walk, and we're going to have country spotlights for intercultural exchange. We did a kickoff 2 weeks ago, which I'm going to show you again in the end, which was rather nice. We were really happy that so many students came. And yeah, we set up an exchange group in Discord so that students have an easy way of contacting us and also exchange among each other. It's not really easy to have students turn on their cameras and ask questions, and we really try to give them that confidence to ask questions and to really contact us and feel comfortable with us. So to sum it all up, we aim to set up a virtual multilateral exchange semester and solve the administrative and academic challenges that arise with it. We want to provide the outcomes to facilitate high quality internationalization at other higher education institutions. And so far we have learned that there's no one size fits all solution. We rather recommend to start planning early if you'd ever like to do a cross-institutional multilateral semester. And we yeah, if you want to set up and design a curriculum, start early. It really helps with bringing it all together. And today, after the pandemic or before the next one, we don't know. Yeah, we have to say that we're faced with students who are not really any longer yeah, interested in virtual exchange. That's our experiences right now. I think we can all understand that physical mobility is something that's yeah, something you can't really do virtually in a way that a physical gives you the experiences. But still, we find that students are interested in individual virtual classes, and this is why we're leaning towards recommending projects in which there is a cross between hybrid solutions and also physical stays that are combined. So thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them as best as I can. And yeah, this is our kickoff meeting, a mix of students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I would be a student again, I would get excited about things like this. So maybe I should apply again to be a degree student. Thank you, Anja, so much. Any reactions or questions coming from the audience? All clear? That's
Thank you.
good. So you're all welcome to join the next session that the Versatile Project is organizing during this week, so you can hear more what is going on in the project. Excellent. So it's time to move on with the program, and our next speaker is from our university, from TAMK, Miss Evelina Asikainen, and she's going to tell us about Edusta project, which is very, very exciting project. So the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me through this? Okay, fine. So I'm very happy to be here talking in ION TAMK about the, okay, so it's not really good, about the Edusta project, because this project really got started in ION TAMK in 2021, when we had actually completely online ION TAMK, but I was having a presentation on sustainability competencies, and some people from Hansa University of Applied Sciences were listening to that and were very interested, and we started discussing the sustainability competencies and things that we find interesting in there. And at the same moment, the Erasmus Plus program, Teacher Academies, was then started, or the first call for Teacher Academies was opened. And Teacher Academies is actually the first ever Erasmus Plus program for teacher education institutions only. So this was a great opportunity. The people in TAMK, professional teacher education, School of Professional Teacher Education, got somehow that, okay, this is something for us. This is something we really want to do, and we know these things, and we kind of put a great effort on this. And well, we succeeded in getting the funding, but only really after getting the funding, we realized that how great funding we had got. Because, well, the launching was done with the commissioner present, and we were readily talking with the commissioner about our project, which we really hadn't started even yet. And so this is really part of the very central European educational policy and way of making European education area more concrete making teacher profession more attractive and strengthening the European outlook of teacher training. So this is what the whole program is doing, and our part of it is the sustainability competencies and the way teachers would be transforming and helping Europe become more green, more sustainable, and in a way, at the same time, we would like to, or we are trying to ensure that the ambitious goals of the Green Deal can be achieved, or at least we are educating the kinds of teachers who can help everybody to reach the goals of European Green Deal. And I want to connect this to the actually the future idea of this seminar by saying that teachers are the makers of future, always. And we can make choices on what kinds of futures we are making. And there is the past, and somehow often we think it as a nice past, but it is also a wave. And there are the futures, and there is a tension between them. And then there is the reality of today, and we are in the middle of those. But we have to make the choices to be working for the future, even if there are maybe some things which are not so nice, but we have to be also thinking that we can make the future the kind of future we think is the preferable one. So our goal in this project, our vision, is that the teachers are active change makers in green transition. And we think that after the project, there will be a lot more teachers who feel confident about their competencies on sustainability. Because this is one thing we have noticed already early, that people are often somehow very uncertain whether they know enough, whether they are capable of doing things, and that is often hindering the starting of doing sustainability education. It's the same thing that Jiri talked about with the ICT competencies, so digitalization. You need to be confident, you need to have support also in this. We also hope that in 3 years, the educational organizations commit themselves more holistically to sustainable development. And we also think that we have been able to raise the profile of teacher education and make it a central actor in sustainable development. So at the same time, we also want to make teacher education more attractive and more future-oriented. And who are we? Well, we are Tampere University of Applied Sciences as the leader of the consortium. Then we have partners from the University of Girona, and Jaume Ametier is here from Girona. We have University of Gothenburg, Sweden. Then we have Hanze from the Netherlands, and we don't have any actual Hanze partners from our project, but I know that there are many other Hanze people. And then we have Marietta Muhonen, who is in our advisory board. And then we have Czech University of Life Sciences. Maybe there are also some people from Prague, even if we don't have people from our project. So that is the universities. Then in the project call, there was a need to have a training school and that is the vocational college Tredu in Tampere. And then I haven't written it there. And then we have an associate partner, also Association for Teacher Education in Europe. So this is the consortium, and I still want to say a little bit about the connection to European education policy, which I touched already. But in the European education policies and in the top European policies, there is the European Green Deal. And in European Green Deal, it states quite clearly that, that there is a need for workforce that has the green competencies and that can change the world to be the greener, so that we can kind of accomplish what is said in the Green Deal. And for that, we need teachers who are able to educate that kind of people. There is a great need for futures thinking, which I touched. And then in the European educational policy, there is great talk about micro-credentials and developing ways of recognition of prior learning. So we, in our project plan, we started from this point that we want to make teachers' sustainability competencies concrete. There are many research articles on this and many kinds of frameworks, but they are quite high level and quite abstract still. And this is the thing that we are using digital open badges as the vehicle of recognition and documentation of the competencies. So we have to kind of piece out the competencies into so concrete things that people can demonstrate that they have the competencies through something that they have done at their work. But of course, we also then design and gather learning resources, and we design course modules through which we pilot these digital open badges. And this is a visualization of what and when we are going to do. Right now, we are kind of ending this, or we are in the nexus of work packages 2 and 3. We have been reading literature, we have been interviewing experts, we have been having workshops for teachers, and we have been reading policy documents of educational policies in the partner countries. And through this, we are now about to come to some kind of decision and definition of the competencies. So on Thursday morning at 9, you can join us in a workshop where Jaume and I are leading, and we are working on these competencies. You are most welcome to come and join us. And after that, we start defining the kind of making the competence criteria and also producing the materials in work packages 3 and 4, which work parallel. And next year in 2024, we will be piloting these in all 5 countries in different kinds of ways. Some might be kind of self-study structures, some might be part of teacher education, some might be further education for teachers. And then in the beginning of 25, we would be ready to kind of have a reiteration and publishing these. And for example, in TAMK, they will be part of our digital open badge system for teachers' further education or career development, which Sanna mentioned earlier today. So this is shortly our project, and so you are most welcome to meet us tomorrow afternoon by the posters. We have also a poster of the project, or then on Thursday at 9 in our workshop. And yeah, this is it. I wanted to keep it short and yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure there must be some questions from the audience coming now. Are you still awake? There in the middle.
I wanted to ask, what do you think has been the biggest challenge that you faced in this project so far?
Biggest challenge in this project. Well, in all projects, one big challenge is to find that the people find the time to work on the project. I think that is that is one. And then, of course, there are quite different, well, taking these digital open badges, in Finland, they are quite, we use them already quite a lot, but they are not that much, not that well known in the other partner countries. So there has been quite a lot of work on discussing that what are digital open badges, what does it mean, and what do they mean pedagogically, and so on. So I think this has been a big discussion which we've been having.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not right now, but you also welcome to join the poster session and then the workshop that the project has during the week. So once again, big hand for Evelina. Okay, finally, it's time to move on to the fourth project example, and we have a colleague from TAMK, Petri Pohjola here, arriving. Yeah, he has a good entrance there from the back. So the stage is yours, and Petri will be talking about DigiSoc or DigiSoc, or I don't know how it's pronounced, project. And so I give the floor to Petri. Yeah. Just a few minutes. But I think now when we are waiting for Beth to get ready, do we have Amanda's drawings there somewhere? Can we see them, how they have developed during the seminar? This is a question to our AV people. Is there a possibility to see? Okay, well, this is what has happened. Yes, magical pen. All the projects are here, and one more to go. Looking very good and exciting. I'm sure you will get also this material when we are sending out all the materials of the seminar. But now, I think Petri is ready for his part, so I give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if the clicker works. End of slideshow. That was very quick. Thank you very much. No, okay, it continues. Okay. Yep, I think I sent an updated version, but it's okay. We go with this one. So, oops, it's quite loud. Like I said, Petri Pohjola, coming from here, TAMK, Mechanical Engineering, and I'm here to present this our DigiSoc project, which is about the digital skills in cross-domain entrepreneurship and facing the societal challenges. Interesting project because of the topic, but also because we have 10 project partners from different countries of Europe, so quite large consortium. And I believe it was one of the closing questions was in Evelina's case, what is one of the challenges? So clearly this is one of the challenges. How do we find time, common activities, one song to sing, as to say. But let me start introducing first our project team members. So from the TAMK point of view, we have this good mixture of business or entrepreneurship and also technical and our project office. So good competences for this project. The project itself aims, okay, I'm almost eating this one, but it's okay. I had my lunch, so it's a good dessert. So we are going after how to foster and promote in innovative way in our different curriculums, the entrepreneurial and digital skills and the mindsets. So it was all about that. If I go then try to describe in a nutshell what's the project about. So roughly on the left-hand side, upper corner, the starting point, we started with the mapping of how the partners are doing or what type of elements they have inbuilt in their selected curriculums about the entrepreneurial and digital competences. Then based on those needs and current analysis, it was about curriculum development work, and kind of every university tried to inbuild topics based on the assessment. Then the following topics were about more on observations, so following, going, collaborating with students about the different hackathons or learning events. And then finally we are moving to the phase where we are defining the topics like action learning and what happens after these hackathon sessions. And then all of these at the end will be documented and shared in the handbook. So that's roughly about the key topics of the project. So as a starting point, we started first with the definition that what are the entrepreneurial disciplines and things, competences around that. What do we mean with the digital competences? So we found some good European framework that we utilized for the assessment. All right, so kind of that was one thing, the first find the baseline for what do we mean with these topics. But luckily, there was plenty of work done with that one. I still like the paper, even it's a digital thing. But, yeah. All right. Now it goes really quickly. Okay. Yep, good. Yep. So process-wise, so we first picked those frameworks, then we made a questionnaire and with our partners that how do they have those elements inbuilt, then assessment with every partner and what are their best practices, and of course with the interacting with the students, every partner reviewed their entrepreneurial sets or whatever they are having in their curriculum, and also about the digital skills. And then based on that work, we defined kind of the most needed or missing activities or missing competencies and skills. Of course, having kind of low bar doesn't mean that it means that there is already plenty of that one. But clearly we notice that they are missing things like from the entrepreneurial side, something that related to the resource management and how the students are having the self-awareness. Are we building those capabilities? How do we utilize the resources? Are we able to mobilize those? And in the digital skills, where it could have been about safety or digital content creation, but the most obvious or biggest need raised around this digital skill sets related to the communication and collaboration topics. Then Based on this, this was now kind of example, one of the work package at what we did. So then at the end, we concluded with our partners that what were the main lessons learned and what should be happening the next stage and what are the main learnings. So some of the key points were like maybe we are underutilizing the external resources by ourselves. So maybe we could bring more in the industry partners, invite them to be part of the curriculum implementation and utilize them. And then other topic is I think we all share the feeling that if we talk about the digital methods, we quite often run into topics like what can we do in certain platform. So we almost like prisoners of different platforms. It restricts us to freely implement something that we would like to do. So there is need for more digital and innovative digital methods and platforms to be used. All right, let me check my timing. I still have plenty of slides and plenty of time, so no worries. Yeah. Okay, so kind of what is happening still during this year. So basically our project is hopefully happily over by the time of Christmas time. So we have the spring and the fall time still to continue. And our two main topics, at least related to our main responsibilities, are to work with the action learning topics and then about this hackathon continuation. I believe that in many of the representatives here in your universities, you are running different type of hackathons or idea competitions, etc. And that is kind of of course, a lot of activities goes, and but it's almost like the easy part. But the difficult one is that what happens after that one. How do we, as a university or higher education institute, how do we follow those great ideas that the students are able to make, and what type of support we are giving to them? So if I take that one as a first example, and then we go with the action learning a bit. So this is something that now we are currently working with our team, that on November, it's every year, we are here in TAMK running greatly this Sprint Innovation Festival, about or more than 800 students, 1 week idea competition with outside organizations and companies given challenges. And it's a great week, and it ends up with pitching sessions and rewards. The thing that we still notice that we could be better on then what's next. So now we are trying to catch up all those ideas that were great, but maybe didn't lead to anything new at this moment. So how do we continue the positive process that happened, and how do we help the teams to continue with their topics? And of course, utilizing the TAMK's different curriculums, project studies, whatever, and at the same time, kind of hopefully promote our values and cross-disciplinary studies and team forming, etc. So that's still a challenge for us, but hopefully on the next TAMK conference we know how did it go. Yeah. So we, in our case, we call it the sprint follow-up session, and we are arranging the next workshop in a month or so. Looking for success again, of course. Last topic on this presentation, it's about the action learning. So again, as a terminology, there are some different definitions or slightly differentiating, but we've selected this. I know that now I should have the footnote that It's not anyway mines or our teams. These blue boxes are from the literature. So typically the action learning is defined something which embeds the elements of critical reflection, group discussion, trial and error-based activities, discovering new things, learning from those sometimes mistakes, and something that we have the evidence of impact. So that's the definition of action learning we selected. Then we mapped with our partners some examples how each university is implementing this type of action learnings. And maybe the font size is a bit challenging, at least for the back row, but anyway, we collected some of the examples. What do we mean by action learning? So things like group discussion, that when we are together with students ideating or creating something new, we make sure that we have enough time to have the deep conversation and discussion with them. Critical reflection, so that we also bring maybe outside views to really challenge that is the outcome or proposed solution something that could work in the real world, in the industry or any user base, etc. So those type of topics we are looking. And of course, like the evidence of impact, so that we are able to really say that, hey, we made a difference. And I think that's leading to almost close of the presentation. I hope that we as a project members of this, we could also say that there will be evidence of impact of our project. So at the end of the project, that we are able to deliver the good handbook where all of these elements are described, and also feeling inside of ourselves that, yep, we were able to work together with the 10 partners and creating something common and guidance and way to go. So with these words, I close my formal presentation and yet invite all of you on the Wednesday poster session to come and ask more and have a discussion related to the entrepreneurial skill sets, digital skill sets, how those are implemented into your curriculums, and what could be done to foster those ideas. Thank you very many. Yep.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience about this project? Yes, in the front.
Thank you so much for your presentation, which I've really enjoyed. In education, we are often questioned on the impact of innovation, and your final slide just summarized it beautifully for me. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Yep. Good, I like that type of comments, so.
More of those. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think there is now a far more interesting person coming to the stage, so I'll hand over my mic to next visitor.
We don't see him yet, so
okay,
then
we could talk a bit more, and of course Marika is there, so maybe Marika you can add something.
Yes, good.
But we can say. Yeah. Good. All right. Thank you very much. If anything. No.
Yeah. No comment. No question. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Petri, once again. Is there any other questions coming from the audience about today's program or something about the practical arrangements for the afternoon. Is everything clear from that point? Oh, there is, okay.
Sorry if this has already been answered, but where do we meet for the Sampo High School tour?
Okay. It was a question was about the Sampo School visit this afternoon. So 1:45, the people who are going to that visit will meet at the lounge area, and Virpi, my colleague, will come and meet you there and will take you to Sampo School. It's a walking distance from here. Something else about the program? Or any other? Okay, then I ask if the AV team has the Amanda's drawing still there, so we can see how it looks right now. Let's see. Okay. Very good. All the projects presented today are here. So looking very good and exciting. So what I learned this afternoon about the projects was that we definitely need our partners. We need our good partners to work on these kind of projects. And without the partners, I don't think it would be possible to make a project like this. And we here at TAMK, we appreciate the partners that we have in these projects. Many of them are long-time partners, but also we have new partners in the network. So I think it's great to have the partners all on board. I don't know if there's any comments while we are waiting for the minister to come from the presenters. Any comments? Yeah. I asked about what is going on today, if there's any questions related to that, but then of course about the other things happening during the week, because there are many International Week guests here. Okay, I think we are using the time when we are waiting for the minister to come for stretching a little bit, and then we are ready for the next part, so a few minutes. Yeah. We are soon continuing. One advice from our marketing and communications department. If you want to comment on some of the topics presented today, it's possible in the LinkedIn. So please leave your comments there as well. It's a good place to leave and to discuss and also to network with your colleagues. So that's a tip to you. So I think it's time to move on in our program to the final part. And it's my honor to welcome into the Ion TAMK stage the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Pekka Haavisto, I think coming straight from Helsinki, I guess. Yes, so we want to give the floor to you for the final words and greetings from the Parliament, and maybe we'll see what's coming. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be here in Tampere again. Actually, I'm very close to the place where I had my civil service at the Tampere Hospital many years ago, and it's located very close here. So, dear participants, distinguished guests, I'm not arriving only from Helsinki, but from Brussels, where we had the EU foreign ministers meeting. I left Brussels early this morning, but everything is fine with the timetables. Good to see all of you here. And I promised to tell something about the changing environment in the international arena and what has happened, particularly during the last year. We have, of course, witnessed a very brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, the attack against Ukraine, and of course, this Russian aggression has violated also the UN Charter and all European security agreements. And I will little bit describe in my speech about these challenges that we are facing today in international cooperation, but also how things look from the global perspective, particularly in our cooperation with many African countries and the African continent, and also about the global South. And of course, we are probably moving or have been moving more from this collaborative world towards a competitive one. We see a lot of bipolar competition, particularly between US and China, and we are not so much anymore in a world where multi-cooperation works. We are more going towards a multipolar order in the world. And of course, we have been facing during the last years also several crises where crises are not following one after another, but they are overlapping in many ways. And for example, if I'm looking this government period, so when we started 4 years ago, our government period, we were dealing with the EU presidency, but at the same time trying to get the Finnish children out from the Al-Hol camp, which was in the northeastern Syria, and finally succeeded to get 26 children and their mothers here. Then came, of course, the COVID-19 crisis. We were handling with that, even isolated our Uusimaa area around Helsinki due to the COVID crisis. Then came the collapse of the Taliban or the Afghanistan regime and which moved to the Taliban. We were in the middle of evacuation process, getting the Finnish people out. Then came, if the order is now correct, the Belarus moving of the migrants over the borders of Poland and Baltic states, and we were involved in the border guarding in these countries. And then, of course, came the Russian attack against the Ukraine, and then came our application towards the NATO and NATO membership. And all this happened actually in addition to all those issues that were in our government program, like the Africa strategy, which we renewed, or our membership in the UN Human Rights Council, or other issues that we were all the time involved. Actually, we have been establishing 6 new embassies. I forgot already that during this 4-year period, which is probably more than Finland has ever done in one government period. One in Senegal, Dakar, one in Doha, Qatar, one in Islamabad, Pakistan, one in Manila, one in Baghdad, and then a consulate in Mumbai in India. So that maybe shows where the trend goes, that we are more and more involved also with the global south, but these, for example, opening of the new embassies have not been in headlines of our media because of this crisis and multiple crises that we are dealing with. And of course, to add to this, the issue of the climate change and the biodiversity protection, which are these kind of long-term issues that we have to take care of. And as you know, Finland has been very ambitious in its climate goals. We want to be carbon neutral 2035 instead of waiting for the 2050. And this is, even in these elections, one of the topics which parties are discussing. Should we maintain this ambitious climate goal, or should we make some compromises, which I'm not in favor of in the climate issue, because we all know that it's this global development needs actually more ambitious climate goals. And of course, when we are looking the last days on the foreign policy issues, we have been dealing with the Turkish earthquake in Turkey and Syria. I was just yesterday in Brussels in the pledging conference where Finland promised 12 million euros for humanitarian aid to the victims of this earthquake. But I visited last Thursday some of the earthquake areas in Turkey, and of course, you could easily see that when 50,000 lives have been lost, hundreds of thousands of people have been lost their homes and places where they live, the reconstruction will be a huge challenge, not only in Turkey, but also in Syria, where the problem of the access to these locations is still difficult because country is divided to government-controlled areas and opposition-controlled areas, and it's not so easy to cross those borders in Syria. So these are the challenges that we have been facing, and of course, at the same time, we are in a situation where the global order is challenged in many ways. I have to say that when I was working in Sudan and Darfur in the peace process there many years ago as a European Union special representative, I always remember the words of some of that time ministers in Sudanese government who said that we miss so much the Cold War time. And I said, well, why do you miss the Cold War so much here in Sudan? They said it was a very good time for us because when we went to Washington, they gave us an offer of help and cooperation, but if the offer was not good enough, we went to Moscow. And then Washington woke up and made a little bit better offer, so we put you to compete. But what then happened? Then Soviet Union collapsed, and first Russians disappeared from here, then you from the West disappeared from Africa. Luckily, China stayed. And China has been staying after that. And then I asked that what are the market speeches by China that they are having here in Sudan? And they said, well, it's very simple. China is saying that during the 1970s, we had the population crisis, and people in the West said that you will never solve this overpopulation issue. And look what we did. We had the family planning and so forth. So we solved the overpopulation issues. So if you have any overpopulation problems here in Africa, we know how to solve them. And then during 1990s, they said that we will never solve our economic challenges in China. But look, we have a quite good economic growth. If you have any problems with economic growth, just pick up our model. And then now they say that China is overcrowded by environmental problems, climate problems. But you can buy the cheapest solar panels and cheapest wind turbines from China. So we can make cooperation on ecological issues anytime, and we guarantee that the prices are better than what the West can offer to you. So if you have any problems, we have solutions. And actually, it's quite difficult to compete with such a market speech, particularly because it includes the idea that you don't need democratical structures to achieve these goals. But the West are always taking these difficult topics, human rights and democracy and so forth. You can also solve these issues in other ways. And this is actually where we are in a real competition situation when we are dealing with African continent or the global South, that the model to solve these problems should be better, but it should also include, from our perspective, of course, the respect of the human rights, the democratical processes and so forth, and to make our package or our offer or our cooperation more attractive is a big challenge during these days. And we can see that easily actually when we look the votings now on the issue of the Ukraine in United Nations. Of course, when we look first the legal basis, what is happening and how the international community has reacted to Russian attack against Ukraine, we are following actually UN Charter Article 51. If the country is attacked and its sovereignty is challenged by somebody, the country has the right to defend itself. And this right to defend, Ukraine is using. Then when you make your defense, you are allowed to ask help from the others. Ukraine has asked help from the others, including Finland, European Union, and we are helping Ukraine to defend themselves against the attack until UN Security Council solves the problem. And now we are waiting that the UN Security Council solves the problem, but we know that we have a handicap in the structure of the UN Security Council because the attacker, Russia in this case, is a member of it and can use the veto. And China is there and also can use the veto. So the UN Security Council is paralyzed. So the moral authority in the UN has now been taken by the General Assembly. With 141 votes, they have been voted in favor of Ukraine, have been condemning Russia's attack, has been condemning Russia's initiative to capture those areas that they have been occupying and so forth. But unfortunately, from the African continent, I think we have 30 countries who have been putting empty votes in this voting and not taking any position to this. We had last summer here in Finland a very interesting Africa Nordic countries meeting, and we were very open in our discussion. And for example, the South African Foreign Minister Pandora said that this is totally a Western war. We don't want to get mixed to this. We appreciate the non-alignment. We don't want to take any position. We are neutral like you have been neutral in the past. And then we said, well, but we were not neutral in the past regarding apartheid in your country. We took a position. We were not neutral when countries on African continent were fighting against the colonialism. For the Nordic countries, we were not neutral. We supported your fight. Now we have a trouble here in Europe. Why you are neutral on this issue? Why you don't take position on this issue? And it was a very, very interesting debate and discussion. I don't know if we really could influence anyone, but to understand how in a different ways we are arguing on this issue. And this discussion continues. And it's important that it will continue when and where countries should take clear position on these issues. This is where we are. And now we have seen more and more this kind of proposals that why we make development cooperation with the countries that voted wrongly or didn't take any position on the Ukraine issue, for example. And we are coming to very difficult discussion because we have never been planning our development cooperation from Finnish side or even on the EU level to be based on the government, directly to the government policies and so forth, because the aid goes very often to marginalized people, to opposition areas, to vulnerable groups, and so forth, like we are doing. It doesn't go to the capital and to the hands of the government. And this is very difficult to explain, for example, in the Finnish debate, when people say we should cut the development aid from the authoritarian regimes or from the regimes that are supporting Russia and so forth and so forth. And we try to explain that, sorry, but this aid does not go to the hands of the government in these cases. But we are in this kind of complex decision-making situation, and it needs not only the basic argumentation, but also to go a little bit to the deep roots on the discussion and understanding the different scenarios and so forth. And I'm a little bit scared of this kind of black and white setting on the development aid and categorizing very clearly countries who are our friends and countries who are our enemies. That actually means that we go back to this Cold War setting that was very obvious. We had countries in the group of Russia, we had countries in the group of the West and so forth. And of course, now China is even a bigger player. It's also, I met with UN Secretary Guterres some time ago, and we discussed about these votings in the UN and so forth. And of course, we made a notion that majority of the countries are in favor of Ukraine in these votings. But if you look population-wise, there is China, there is India, who remain neutral in this voting and who didn't take any position. So actually, majority of the population in the world didn't take any position on the question of Ukraine, which also is a very, very interesting remark, and we should think about it. But at the same time, we see a situation that these crises are influencing to very basic needs of people, and now I'm referring, for example, to the food crisis. We have had a situation, of course, that Ukraine is one of the sources of the grain, main sources of the grain in the world, and just now, some days ago, there was a decision to continue this grain deal that Ukraine can export their food resources, food materials globally, but it's one of those small lifelines or small diplomatic efforts that UN has been able to do during this crisis to agree between countries, Russia, Ukraine, Turkey, and so forth, to facilitate the grain deal out from Ukraine. Another sector where diplomacy still has been working has been this nuclear safety issue. The UN agency, atomic agency, IAEA, has been able to to send delegations to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and cross the borders between Ukraine and Russia, and so forth, or actually the occupied areas, the areas occupied by Russia, and being able to visit Zaporizhzhia and other nuclear power plants. And I think these nuclear risks are still very high, since we see a situation where nuclear power plants are in the middle of fighting in Ukraine. But luckily there are some efforts, at least, to try to help the situation. And then the third diplomatic channel has been this exchange of the prisoners issue, which is interesting. In the beginning of this conflict, I discussed with the Red Cross representatives, and I asked that how is the exchange of the prisoners going on, based actually on Geneva Conventions and so forth. They say, well, it's a totally wild market. You can change a prisoner to 2 bottles of vodka over the border. You know, the groups were making deals of the prisoners, but now it's more organized, and it's facilitated also by Turkey and some other countries. Saudi Arabia has been active, Qatar has been active, Israel has been active on this exchange of the prisoner issues, which is of course good. But that I would say that in the darkest moment which we are now living, you see some of these diplomatic channels working, and it gives a little bit feeling of optimism that maybe one day diplomacy and negotiations can win, but also that those areas that are occupied by Russia can be returned to Ukraine, so that we should have not only peace but justice and peace at the same time. And I think that's very, very important. We are actually here in Finland also preparing for our chairmanship for 2025, the OSCE organization. Some of the Finns remember, and some others also remember, that 1975 there was a very big celebration of signing of the Helsinki Final Act in Helsinki, where all the heads of the states came to Finland to agree actually some kind of end of the Cold War. We could say that it was agreed between the East and West that there will be a peaceful coexistence and so forth. But at the same time, in the third basket of this Helsinki agreement, there were issues like human rights and free media and free press, and that led to the process actually that in many countries Helsinki groups or Helsinki teams were established, people who said that they want to follow the Helsinki principles for freedom of speech, for free media, for human rights and so forth. And that was some kind of beginning. Actually, you can see a continuation in the collapse of the Berlin Wall and all these freedoms also in the Center and Eastern Europe that then happened step by step. But you can see some of the seeds also in this Helsinki process. So now 2025, Finland is the chair of this organization. We were already dreaming a little bit the new Helsinki spirit, and of course now we see that we are not there at all. We are actually in a situation where the whole security order in Europe is shaking, and something, I would say, something new or something totally revised should be established to build the trust again in Europe after the Russia's attack against Ukraine. In Finland, as you know, the recent debate has been about the NATO membership, and it has, of course, last spring it was a big decision not only by the parliament, but the government and parliament, but particularly by the Finns themselves, to assess the situation so that this is the moment when it's our time to apply for the NATO membership. We have been actually the only country that has had this kind of NATO option in its documents. NATO option means that since 2004 in our security white papers we have added a sentence which says that if the security situation in our environment changes dramatically, we are ready to consider NATO membership. And of course that was meant also to be some kind of signal that if you do something which worsens our security environment, we are ready to consider our security structures again. And of course, then when Russian attack against Ukraine happened last February, we asked ourselves what more can happen in Europe than our neighbor attacking a country that is close by, country of 50 million people. How much more changes will we wait in our security environment? And then we said that now we will use the NATO option. And as you have seen, we have had lively discussions with Turkey and with Hungary about the ratification. All other 28 NATO member states have ratified our membership. And just during the last days, actually yesterday, I met with the Hungarian foreign minister, and he said that next Monday they will have a parliamentary voting on this. And I was visiting our President Niinistö last week, Turkey, where Turkish President Erdogan said that they will ratify during this parliament before the Turkish elections the Finnish membership. So we are hoping the best, of course, but at the same time we see that it's important that also Sweden should and could be on board on this NATO part. Finally, and then I'm ready to go to the discussion and questions, I would like to raise the role of European Union. I'm in one way very pleased how rapidly European Union has been reacting on the changes in the foreign and security policy, like the Russian attack against Ukraine. We very rapidly implemented the sanctions and so forth. And at the same time, I'm not so happy about the European Union activities towards the global south or towards African continent, in Asia, in Latin America, I think we should be much better. We could do much more. And one of my remarks on also based on my experience of being European Union Special Representative is that we still very often look somehow downwards our partners or coming from this old colonial past. It's not easy to change your attitude. And when talking, for example, to the representatives of African Union, it's you have to be extremely sensitive on that issue, because I think we are in a period where countries are not easily taking advices from European side or good recommendations, but they are ready for the cooperation. But the cooperation has to happen from the equal basis, and I think that's the the soul of the cooperation has to be there. And we still have to do some soul searching also from our side, that what is our attitude and what is our history on this engagement and so forth. And maybe for the Nordic countries and countries like Finland, it's a little bit easier, but I think we have to exercise that issue and train that issue quite a lot to be better on the issue that I mentioned. What could be our marketing speech for the world? And there I see the support for the peace process is a very essential one. I know that here are people from many countries listening, and for example, this spring we have had this Palestine, Israel, Jordan, I would say track 2 meetings here in Helsinki, where we have had some representatives from the region talking about the ecological issues, talking about the environment, talking about the climate, trying to find ways to build the trust. We also have had a meeting of Syrian women in Finland, women from different backgrounds, different groups, different political affiliations and so forth. And after that meeting, I felt that if it's up to women, we would have peace in Syria already now. It was an extremely good meeting, and everybody was like, yes, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. But we are not yet there with the peace process itself. And I see a very strong role for Finland. We should continue that. And that's always the question that, well, when you are a member of NATO, can you continue any more the peace initiatives? And I'm always saying that, well, we can look Norway, for example, that has been historically very good on many supporting peace processes despite of its NATO membership. So these are not contradictory issues. We can do the things at the same time. Thank you, and ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Minister Haavisto, for your inspiring speech and optimistic views. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions still. Is there someone there in the back? Yeah, there's one in the front and then one in the back.
Thank you for your speech, Pekka. I can say you, Pekka, because we know each other for some time. And I would like, as we are representing educational institutions and higher education, I would like to hear some of your comments on international the situation of international education, or, for example, education, taking education to other countries, and you mentioned especially the global south, and maybe some notions on that and on the importance of education in reaching the sustainability goals.
Thank you, and very good question, and nice to be here, by the way, among the people who are professionally are dealing with the education issues. I'm always, you know, we Finns are very good in statistics. We are high on the ranking list on education. We are high on the ranking. We are the happiest people in the world, I've heard. We are here in Finland saying that if we are the happiest, we feel very pity for all others. But on education, I think it has been asked always from me as a minister that what is the secret of the Finnish education, and I'm quite hesitant to answer, but sometimes I'm saying that it's about the teachers, and it's about the quality hopefully also their salary and how they are financially supported. But it's a long tradition that the teachers have been, I would say, the light of the village or the leaders of the village, the people who do not only the teaching but are active in the society and give advice to their not only to their students but in the villages and on their surroundings where they live and so forth. And this is the Finnish tradition, has been more than 100 years. The very important role of the teachers and so forth, but also that teachers can influence how they teach, what kind of material they teach. They have a lot of possibilities to choose. They can be individuals in many ways. And I'm always asked that what were the most impressive teachers during my school years. I'm always saying that they were teachers who had the biggest personality. It was not about that if you teach Swedish or geography or mathematics, but you teach something with your presence and what kind of, I would say about your attitude, to the life, and you teach that as well to children. And I think we sometimes limit too much our thinking on that issue, that it's only about the mathematics or geography or something, but it's about the personalities and what kind of things you learn in the school from the teacher's personality. I think that's one part of our secret. On education and its role regarding to the global goals and Agenda 2030, I think it's very essential on all issues. We know that to achieve our goals on climate or water or whatever, we need also education. And I feel very sad that during the COVID-19 crisis, actually, what happened, many girls stayed home, are not returning back not returning back to schools. We have maybe even a bigger challenge in front of us than earlier. And of course, there I think that our educational institutions should cooperate more and more with the schools and educational institutions also in the global south to achieve those sustainable development goals.
Another quick question. Do you still have time?
Yes. Your Excellency, thank you so much for being here. My name is Elisaveta. I come from Sofia, Bulgaria, and represent the Medical University of Sofia. I actually have two questions. My first training is in political science, and I remember back in the day reading a famous scholar saying that European Union is an incredible economic giant, political dwarf. And 30 years later, I think we're not even an economic giant. Would you comment on that? And my second question, which is also very interesting for me, is what do you do here in Finland to combat misinformation and disinformation? Because I think this is the global war we're facing, and I don't think we're doing enough. Thank you.
Well, thank you. What you said about the European Union, I'm always feeling that European Union surprises even itself during the crisis, because when you sit in the normal times among the 27 foreign ministers or other ministers, you feel that it's endless discussion about the papers and statements and where is the comma and what word we use and this normal diplomatic battle. But then I have to say that I was very surprised, for example, when the Russian aggression against Ukraine started, how rapidly European Union, got to act together and started to support Ukraine, put the sanctions on Russia and so forth, which is, I think, was the minimum that we could do together as European Union. But it is true that even in the economic scale, compared with the US, compared to China's economy, we are not a giant in that sense. But on many issues, we can influence how the market works and, for example, what are the environmental criteria global, not only in Europe, but globally. And we have done it. And I'm very motivated by the green transition issues, because somehow now when we know that we have to quit from the fossil fuels more rapidly than what we were planning, now I think the efforts are now there, serious efforts to come out from the fossil economy to the renewables and so forth. So this is positive. Then this is excellent, your other question, as you know, about the mis and disinformation. We have in Finland this hybrid center, and we are particularly dealing with that kind of threats. And of course, we see it's not only linked to the crisis and war, but even during the COVID-19 times, actually, the misinformation, the disinformation about the health, about the vaccines, about all these issues was something that we had to face and we had to fight. And we see that there are political groups and new rising groups who say that, things are otherwise, that what the science is proving and so forth. And this is very painful and this is very difficult. And I'm thinking that this is the strange dilemma of the social media, that we were thinking that through the social media, everything has the access to information and so forth, but everybody has now the access also to the falsified information and disinformation and misinformation. And I think the only thing, again, are the teachers and the schools and the educational institutions should pay attention, that how do you choose your sources, how do you maybe have to compare between the different sources of information, how do you analyze these sources critically, how you can pick reliable and less reliable sources. And I'm visiting schools and I see that students are asking these very same questions. They have been reading some misinformation pages and they ask, is this true or not? And how can I prove that this was false information and so forth? And I think this kind of critical attitude is something that you have to teach to the students at a very early age already.
Thank you for all the questions. I know that you have a busy schedule for today, but I want to thank you for coming here today and taking the time to be with us and with this international audience. So please give a big hand to Minister Haavisto.
Thank you.
Okay, some final words. So today's program, it has now ended, and tomorrow we will continue at 9 o'clock in the same place. So I hope to see many of you here tomorrow also. Thank you for attending and being active participants.